Hey there, everyone, and welcome to the stream. We are a bit off schedule this week. Let's see, where are the kitties, though? We're a bit off schedule this week. Did not do yesterday's stream, so we're doing it today. Keep that rhythm going. The schedule for the next of the week isn't done yet. Hey there! That's Sidey, right? That's Sidey, right? Let's see. Well, we'll put the camera on Ember because she's there. Gotta remember. I gotta try to remember. Some folks change their screen names periodically. I know you've been using this one for a bit, but we are going to be playing another investigation game. It's a little more active. Actually, it's fantastically more active than Scene Investigators. It should also require me to do less murder wall ranting. So hopefully my voice will hold up. So mention with the schedule, we are going to be planning something special for the rest of the week. Might take a little bit to ramp up. I'm not sure when it's going to kick off, but we will be. No, I do recognize the handle. So it's just a matter of making sure that I've got the right person. Wouldn't be the first time that I misconstrued that. Beverage. Yeah, Paranormal P.I. I don't know. Verify my audio here. This game is pretty quiet, so we're actually going to do this. There we go. Get some chill tunes in the background for now. But this is another investigation game. This is Paranormal P.I. This is effectively Phasmophobia or Demonologist, with the emphasis being on the investigation portion and with a banishment portion. There is no the ghost will kill you. The critters can scare you something fierce if you get startled easy, or just if you're prone to being startled. They got me a few times in the stream last time. But it's about finding out about the ghost, identifying the type, and then supplying the right item and information that is needed to get rid of them. So it is quite a bit of fun. I will have to relearn all of the buttons. I know you haven't been at the streams lately. Are things running smoothly over there, Sidey? How do all these work? Let's check our notebooks on this stuff. Evergreen Lane. Okay. Okay, so what we're looking for this run through is we need to identify the poltergeist, the shadow man. Okay, the shadow man I think is the father. The poltergeist I think is Lizzie. So Lizzie is from one of the prior families. They're all from prior families, but I think the shadow man and Lizzie are in the same time frame. Lizzie dies of tuberculosis. The father is prone to violence, but is also was also very resentful of the doctor for not being able to save his kids. This is, I believe, a hip flask. This was the son, an Army veteran. I think it's a World War I or II veteran, I thought. That could no longer take what he saw. I don't have any detail on the poltergeist yet. But we just need to find the stuff for Lizzie and the Shadow Man and then review our notes. One of the core mechanics of this game that I like is this notes. We can bring 6 notes in. And those notes determine the events that we're going to be dealing with. So if I look at Evergreen Lane, there are these markers that I could put in. I can say, oh, there are footsteps from upstairs, man of average build, violent choking sounds. Average build and choking sounds were the son, the soldier. The shadow is, of course, the Shadow Man, and I think that's also the disembodied voice. The children's imaginary friend is the ghost Lizzie. Items being thrown about, that's the poltergeist. Same with vanished and put back. Then we have our various notes. All of these documents can be things that we can bring in. So here's like a picture of Lizzie. This is a police report from, I think it's like 1912. That is the doctor leaving the residence. This is the Carters. The Carters are the first family. So you have Carter, Sheets, Connor. Connor was I think the family with the Army veteran kid. It's Private Connor, I think. So this is a police report detailing the doctor leaving the house, and the father, William Carter, confronts him and is upset that he couldn't do more. A few choice vulgarities regarding the lack of remedy for his children's illnesses. Broke down and cursed himself for drinking and overworking while his children suffered from consumption. He beamed the doctor over the head with a booze bottle. This is the death certificate, essentially, for Lizzie and Thomas Carter. Include that. Lizzie seems happy. Close that. This is still the first investigation. There are 4 ghosts that I know of so far at this location. I think the footsteps upstairs are Lizzie. And the imaginary friend is Lizzie. We'll take the 2 poltergeist things as well, but I don't think those will be enough for us. Throat has been a bit ragged since Saturday's stream, so Sorry if I pause more often.
Well, I was able to release one ghost here at Evergreen Lane. Still a lot of work ahead of me, though. I should get investigating.
All right, let's see here. Should have looked up the type of ghost that Lizzie was. I have all the data that I need on Lizzie, so I'm gonna drop button. There we go. V. Again, can be a bit jump scare-ish in this game. It's always a squeaky stair there. So we're looking for what looks like a notebook to me. Let's see, Lizzie would run out of the room and I think heads this way when she appears sometimes. Hey there, Koi. You're hunting ghosties with us. Is there a crouch button in this one? No. Okay. Okay. It's where we found Lizzie's picture, which is one of the things we've got. Might have to check the basement again, too. The game will be generally quiet unless something goes off. Like that. Ooh. That was Lizzie. Okay, she trotted into here. I don't see anything in here. So Lizzie is appearing because I have all of the notes relevant to Lizzie. Those little pull cord lights on the ceiling, just gotta locate them. So that is leakage from the toilet, the new bathroom. Like seeping down the wall. Okay, here's the Shadow Man's flask. Okay, we know where it is at least. Could find Lizzie's notebook. That's what I want to get to first, ultimately. You'd expect her stuff would be packed up in the old things. The HVAC system. I intentionally didn't take any of the Shadow Man events because that one can make you jump. Hey there, Tass. We're doing paranormal investigations again. So we found where the Shadow Man's flask is. So, knowing that, I think we could banish him once we go back and verify what materials we need. But I still wish we could find Lizzie's, what I presume to be, notepad. Also surprised the poltergeist hasn't jump scared us yet since we're in the kitchen. Yeah, it seems like it's this toilet here, I think. Because this was a room. This was previously a room converted here. Oh, okay, that's what it was. So there was a noise as if there was something there. I don't know why we got a stinger there. I'm guessing the implication is that that's poltergeist activity there. Just a little spooky. The loud noise that we were hearing was static from the TV. White noise, you know. That. So the flask is in here. Lewis will come back with all the Shadow Man clues. I'd initially thought the static was the HVAC, but it was way too loud when we were on the upper floor. That's the HVAC. Since I can use this door, I feel like there should be a key to it.
I'll keep that as audio evidence.
All right. Apparently, there was. I think there's a voice on the stairway. There's like a rasping sound that you hear on the basement stairs. That counts as coming from the Shadow Man. Okay, but we've got the hip flask. Which means we can go back, look up what we need to deal with a Shadow Man with, and go from there. Recording any information while you're out gives you points. Accomplishing a banishing is also a good amount of points. And you spend those points on alternate kit. So far, there's no better kit. There's kit that you use for different reasons. The guy runs a paranormal detective agency, but also a museum of the paranormal kind of thing. And as you clear stuff, as you find things, you get little snippets. This is the insignia badge or the rank badge from the soldier. There's him in the garage. There's the Shadow Man. There is Lizzie. And I think that's meant to be the poltergeist. Then we have like the picture we found of her, some of the articles we found. So you build up little like displays for each of the locations as you clear it too. Okay. Wrong button. Child Shadowy Screamer. Something me, I think. Really sounds like the second word is me, but I can't make out the first one. Hmm. Sorry. Oops. Oh, dang. Forgot something. That out so I can see that chat feed. So that one is particularly loud. That is most definitely a help me, and instead of it just like whispering in the background, it appears near you and screams at you for that one. Hello, folks joining in TikTok. GI Ghost, we've already solved that one, so that's no good. So the GI Ghost was actually, you could talk to it. You could call out questions while recording, and it would answer them, but it would be like inaudible sometimes. This is the poltergeist. It's another good jump scare one. Come on, camera one, you can do it. There's Lizzie. So this one I have trouble understanding. Can't tell what she's saying in that one. It will. It will. There's a it will have something. That is a thing that's going to start later this week. Okay, let's see. Not man of average build. Shadow, disembodied voice. And if we look at our archives for Evergreen Lane, let's go back one actually. We should have something. Yeah, here we go. The big red button on the console there. Talking about the one above the big throw lever, you don't need to worry about the big red button. It's nothing concerning at all. So the police report Carter had a temper. I think we'll include some of her information in this here. Let's drop back a little bit. Let's check our, I think it's our spirits. Here we go. So I think this is Lizzie, a residual ghost. Yes, I do, Koi. Do not push that button. You have no idea what it does. Preceded by, ooh, what's this button do? So I think Lizzie's a residual ghost. She doesn't react to EMF, but we get a lot of sounds from her. So then there's 2 intelligent ghosts. So the residual ghost, there's also a lingering intelligent ghost, which I believe is what Private Carter was. Then shadow people. But it's the left their lives unfulfilled, which is weird. Yeah, the Shadow Man doesn't react to EVP or anything like that. Yeah, disembodied voices. So that's like that scream that we got. Okay, so I think he is. We need a juniper smudge stick. Do we have a juniper smudge stick? Okay, juniper is like white or blue chords and kind of coarse. Let's see. No, it was 1902. Just verify my list. So Carter, kids died. Seemed happy. The email, the initial email, so it'd be disembodied voice, shadow. Yeah, I'm not sure how to line some of this up. Do the deed. Let's put this again to get together again. So rebuild. He was the one that built it, and a lot of families here. He had a temper. I'm trying to determine which things I need to have all of the data on Carter. Let's check Poltergeist here. So the poltergeist, it's one possibility is it's somebody that doesn't like who lives there now. So I don't think any poltergeist activity is really what we want for the Shadow Man. The temper. His kids died. Shadow and a disembodied voice. You know what? We're going to include the poltergeist stuff there too. We're going to take order, EMF, temperature, and then we need the one that's got it'll be a blue one at the site. So we've got everything we need for the Shadow Man. I think is William Carter.
Well, I was able to release.
But since we've got all the Shadow Man stuff, be prepared. He is real active in this spot. Missing something. Why is his flask not there anymore? Hey, bud. Ah, you. Silverware upstairs.
These lights are acting funny. I should continue investigating.
I know it can appear nearby where it was, but it should be consistently placed. The EMF can help us find it. It's supposed to give off a reading if you get near it. Did it count as us taking it out of the location? I thought you couldn't do that until you banished him. Might be a false positive from the
Nothing
HVAC.
paranormal about these EMF readings.
Hey, bud. We're gonna go check the van. Make sure the flask didn't show up there, you know? Oh. Okay. Some of the Lizzie information seems vital. Because we added all the Lizzie stuff, and his flask appeared. Near a friend. Shadow, disembodied voice. Footsteps. We might need the indicators of Lizzie since she's tied to whatever's with him. Leave the room. There we go. We know what that relic is. We just need to find the hip flask, light the smudge stick.
Well, I was able to release one.
That's nice. Still not there. Nearby? Hmm.
I'll have to get back in touch with the property owners to reschedule it.
We need sufficient information regarding Lizzie for his stuff to show up, I think. That is the trick. This is an investigation game, folks, so if you have questions about what's going on, fire away. We have plenty of time to talk about it. At the moment, I'm just trying to find all the right little bits that we need to have to get the Shadow Man's stuff. Shadow, disembodied voice, imaginary friend. Footsteps upstairs. Sad fate, dead kid. Actually, no. We included the Lizzie stuff. I wonder if that's the tricky thing that we've got here. Is we shouldn't be trying to get the Shadow Man stuff. We need to get the stuff related to Lizzie loaded, so that, like, she seems to be one of the things that's central to him. Steps, imaginary friend, and then we put the poltergeist stuff here. Based on the information that's available to us, at best we get some, we get like a laser pointer that we can put in a room that the ghosts might mess with. Hey there, folks. I see
Well, I was
folks
able to release one ghost here at Evergreen
rating
Lane.
from another
Still a
channel.
lot of
Hey,
work ahead of me,
Megan,
though.
Suplex,
I
Ribbon.
should get investigating.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the broadcast. We're trying to exercise ghosties. Trying to find the trigger condition for his flask. Yeah, there we go. Poltergeist stuff. Poltergeist stuff and Lizzie-related stuff. Well, thank you, Levi and Company. I appreciate it. Hopefully, we will be in for some fun here. Hey there, Waltz. Okay, nothing there. There's something on the TV at the last moment. I don't know why it tries to give us a horror stinger there. Anywho. I think that's what we need. ghost are we trying to communicate with? I think it's William
I would like to
Carter.
acknowledge William Carter's presence. You tried to drown your pain with alcohol, but could never free your guilt over the passing of Elizabeth and Thomas.
Guilt.
I believe you did everything possible to try and save them. You must let go of the pain that caused you to lose your life. The rest of the family is at peace waiting for you. It is time for you to go and be with them.
There we go. Shadow Man down. And I agree, Riven. That sounds plausible. A Luke is like a like nuke.
I should double check I have the relic before I leave.
Oink. So for a Shadow Man, it's you're surrounded in darkness and you have to follow the whispers. All the spirits I'm dealing with at this point, Koi, are like spirits with unfinished business kind of things. Lingering attachments to the world. Eventually, haven't seen them yet, but there is a demonic haunting that requires a little more setup, apparently. Like trap them in rings of salt kind of stuff, you know?
Merchandise sales have been great. I hope these extra racks help out even more.
Yeah, it's as you release particular spirits, the merchandise increases in quantity. So there's our hip flask. You can bring these back to the house. If you bring the items back, the ghost will eventually resume haunting. At least that's what the game claims. Okay, we still need information on Lizzie and the poltergeist. Oh, we have sufficient data on Lizzie, but we don't know where... I wonder if there's like a doctor's notepad around or something. So there's demonology. So let's see here. So it's they have the Horsemen of the Apocalypse and demonic minions in this fiction here. So earth demons, shadow demons, fire demons, and water demons. So then if we look, where is it? Demons. Yeah. Demons feed on fear and pain in others, causing victims psychological distress. Usually the troubled homeowner observes negative changes from a member of their household, as if the demon has inhabited both the house and the individual. So, identifying the possessed person. Rare, but their presence is apparent. So, EVPs, cold spots, EMF spikes, like the whole song and dance. I'm interested in how that plays out because they do have, like, there's extra people visible here. I wonder if there is a special gimmick. Hey there, Sonic. Over on TikTok, how you doing? you get an EMF spike and suddenly the music drops, you know? All right. All right. We are investigating ghosties, Sonic. We've got the dead son, the dead soldier, ex-soldier or veteran. We have the shadow man. Now we have the lingering spirit of the little girl and the poltergeist to deal with. So I'm thinking poltergeist might be a useful one here. So we know objects being thrown around and put back, that kind of stuff. Uh the Doom battle music has become such a meme. Okay. Carter again. So there are lots of families. They get increased reaction when the remodeling happens. Charles and Dorothy Sheets. This is the Bennetts. The Bennetts are the first ones to buy it after the Connors. Specifically, yeah, so there was a bedroom originally that is now a master bathroom. Both porches, walk-in closet off the master bedroom, off the master bathroom. So across from the basement stairs, there is a big bathroom and like a storage slash linen closet. Those both used to be part of a bedroom. Um, okay, basement egress to be sealed. I think that's the locked door then. Two more things. But who could it be here? We'll resume in just a moment. Be right back, folks. Getting settled back in, then we will resume. Okay. We're back. Yep, there is a locked door in the haunted house. In the basement, no less. May 10th. So one of the things that they call out is, so the Bennetts are the first ones to buy it. Oh, interesting. So the Bennetts were the first ones to buy it after the Connors. The Carters were the ones that built it. The Bennetts have a change. Like, they're the first ones to change it. Very shortly afterwards. So it was sold to somebody, the Sheets estate, formerly belonging to Charles and Dorothy Sheets, known as, Evergreen Lane. So it looks like an estate sale. I don't know what other two things. Items thrown, but the mess vanishes. So, again, one of the core mechanics in this one is the idea of bringing information to the site. Each one of these notes that I bring determines what kind of events happen at the location. If I don't bring anything related to, if I don't bring the right things, like special items won't appear, like like I had to bring information about Lizzie, like Lizzie's spirit effectively had to be present for Carter's memory item to appear, because Lizzie's death was central to his spirit haunting. Trying to spot anybody else. Huh. Are the Bennetts like house flippers? Like, it's clear their kids and whatnot are living there, but it's occupied by Steve and Angie Bennett, and it's also the location for Bennett contracting, though it could be something else that they contract for. Families, remodeling provokes activity. We're going to take when it was built and that Carter, the original builder, had a temper. We're trying to identify stuff about a poltergeist, but I don't have a good idea of what we're dealing with here. Or to be more precise, who we're dealing with for this one. So we still have Lizzie, and it looks like that's a spiral-bound notepad. And we have the poltergeist, which we know next to nothing about. So if you have thoughts based on what you're seeing, feel free.
I think I've
Well,
got
hey
about
there,
half of the
spectator.
Wins family's ghost concerns resolved. Still a lot of investigating is left to resolve their concerns.
This is called Conrad Stevenson's Paranormal P.I. This is an investigative game, and it's a spooky game. So there will be weird noises and some jump scares, that kind of thing. But it is not a survival style game. Like, I can just sit here and, my character will never go insane or be killed by a ghost. The idea is for me to find evidence of ghosts, determine what kind of ghost it is, and then using the information that I have gathered about the person related to that ghost and the type of ghost, banish them, essentially. So we're circling the house since pretty much all of these like patios were added. There's light switch. This is more grounded ghost hunting stuff. The character doesn't like act super hype. They're just taking notes and saying that sounds real, that doesn't.
Ooh, that is eerie audio evidence.
Like right there. That is, we recorded the silverware being rattled around. So that counts. That's evidence towards the poltergeist. If I'd move fast enough, like right here, the EMF is going off. But that's because I'm standing next to a refrigerator. So you can get false positives like that. There's also just like you're standing there, it will do a reading on the EMF, and he'll say, no, that looks normal.
I'll keep that as audio evidence. This photo with the recorder evidence supports a poltergeist being present.
Yep. There's things like I can check for cold spots, all that kind of stuff, where they're taking notes and saying like, ooh, there might be a poltergeist here, kind of things.
Looks like just a cold spot, nothing paranormal.
Like, you can get the false positives too. All right, I'm aiming the temperature sensor at the fridge.
Temp readings are unusual.
I wonder if they were the glasses out there. I'm very interested in the poltergeist in particular right now, so we're going to focus on it quite a bit. The poltergeist we have the least information on. Well, they pull that on you in the basement as well. The HVAC will kick in when you're standing nearby. It will spike the EMF, and it will also, like, oh, weird noise suddenly. Get it in time. This whole dish rack there, that drying rack, is kind of poltergeist ground zero. Now, this whole floor was added after all of the haunting groups. So, like, none of the ghosts that we've encountered so far existed during a period that this was present. So, like, Lizzie comes up here to play with the kids. Right there. Right there. Oh, they're crayons. Okay. Okay. We know what to look for now. We're going to put down our... That's what it is. That's what it is. We know what Lizzie's attachment item is now. It's the crayons. So we're checking around in these places just to be sure. Like, this room was changed. This whole bathroom was changed. This was a bedroom. And they installed that toilet badly. Hey there, Okami. Yep, another spooky game. Though the scariest creature has been banished from this house so far. There are still a couple of other jump scare ghosts. I like creepy games along these lines. A lot of the traditional, oh, this is a scary horror game, don't do it quite as well. Okay, it's not the blue one. I don't think it was the purple one. I think it's the orange one. We'll put down... I like a good jump scare. That can't be the entirety of the experience, but, you know, I won't say no to a good adrenaline hit, you know? we're going to get a lot of activity out of Lizzie, given that I didn't bring any of her notes. I thought the purple one was for intelligent lingering ghosts. I thought this orange one was for residual ghosts. I'm definitely going to have access to more tools. Based on what's listed, none of them are strictly necessary. Like, the tools that you start with are sufficient. It's that the other ones can be convenient. Like an auto camera you can put in a room kind of stuff. Keeps making noises just as I turn away. Okay. We know what Lizzie's item is, though. So we'll adjust some of the things that we've got. Completely overlooked the little box of crayons. I'll show you the shop. Slowly building up our supply of merch. So this is all of our kit. We go to the slime page. There's some where it's like there's nothing else you can get, which to me implies that maybe they'll add more later. This is the laser pen. So there's something you can do with the laser pen, like setting it out, that might make it so you can detect something. So this is one that this behaves differently. This is an alternate to the EMF meter. Instead of detecting when it is the field around it like receiving, this one projects, and you're looking for disruptions in its field. So very sensitive, low. I keep clicking off the whole thing. Look, low range, very sensitive. So this one could be viewed as like an upgrade to the milligauss meter. Audio devices are the most varied. So this one is, I can record and I can do EVP, which is I can ask the ghost questions and it can answer in a way that will only show up on the recording. The parabolic mic doesn't do EVP, but it's really sensitive. Like, it's really good at hearing a sound that you're aiming it at. So this is a, you can try to get messages from them. This Parabox looks like it might be an improvement over the audio recorder, but not clear. Yes. The EMF device seems like it's an improvement. The auto camera, you just put it somewhere and it'll take pictures for you. Close it again. These are all some of the cheapest items, but they're also the most necessary. So, snaring demons, banishing demons. We will need the rosemary. Okay, should be mugwort for residuals. Yep, the orange one. 218 left. Can I not buy that? There we go. New toys. All right. Oh, well, we've unlocked the lighthouse as well. One of the thoughts is that it wasn't like your standard table salt variety, that there's something else either in its composition or something that's been done to it to make it like demon viable. But it does seem to be the kind of operation that just slaps a label over some, Morton salt canisters. Footsteps. Imaginary friend. Z. And you know what? We'll put the poltergeist stuff in here just for... Okay. New toy will be there when we arrive. Yeah, as you get more points, you unlock more locations. You can see all the different places. Crayon box, okay. I've got to verify what we need to do to get the crayon box to show up.
I think I've got about...
We need both Lizzie to be present, and we need the crayon box to be present. The crayon box is not present. Could Lizzie be the poltergeist? She's not supposed to appear or make noise if she's a poltergeist. Okay. So I'm missing something that makes Lizzie appear.
Maybe I should give it a little effort before wrapping up.
That's enough out of you. Beverage. He can be a bit snippy if you do things like that where you leave right away. Additionally, if you turn enough lights on when you come into the house, he'll be like, I guess I'm ghost hunting with the lights on now. Be a very snippy ghost hunter.
Jeez! I can stare demon back through the gates of hell, but the phone rings and I jump out of my skin.
Hi, this is Daniels on customer service. We have seen a recent order number AMZ0987 of iPro on your account, which is billed on your card attached to your account. The amount charged is $799. We noticed some suspicious activity on your account, so we have put on hold this transaction. Please press 1 to talk to our customer care executive. Thank you.
Why do I even have an office phone?
It was kind of startling to me, too. The on light will turn on when the device is active. Race lights and alarm will activate based on the strength of the electromagnetic field the device has encountered. Maximum of 2 lights can be active at a time. The on light and one other. Stronger means different lights. Green, yellow, blue, red. Okay, you can also bring an EMF meter with you when the pod is on the ground. Yeah. You have to bring both. Okay. The one is a more sensitive detector for it. Interesting. Neat. Try that out. It'd be different, but none of these phones have ever rang. Okay. Imaginary friend. Footsteps upstairs. Poltergeist. Wait. Let's just try the Poltergeist Central stuff. That one, that one. Died. So families. Okay, let's try this. Because we need her crayon box to appear.
I think I've got about half of the Wentz family's ghost concerns resolved. So a lot of investigating is left.
Do you mean the kind with like the metal the accordion metal gate that you have to pull shut there, Koi? That type of old elevator? Neat. Crayon box. Elizabeth Carter.
I would like to acknowledge Elizabeth Carter's presence.
This is where we found her picture. Crayons.
I think these crayons might be yours. I'm sure your parents loved the pictures you colored for them.
It's that kind of elevator that has a real heavy mechanical feeling. It's consumption, which I think is tuberculosis.
Your parents love you and miss you. Your illness was a terrible memory for you and your family. It's all right to leave these memories and be at peace. I should make sure this relic is on me when I leave.
The little light ball is so far what the residual and intelligent lingering ghosts do. The kind of world engulfed in shadow and smoke is the shadow people. Don't know what a poltergeist will do. In any event, we're taking these crayons back for evidence. The skipping child. Get a good chunk of points for exercising them the first time. They're not even like... It's not even like classy merch, you know? It's just silk-screened generic stuff. Flask. These crayons. The implication, at least in this fiction, Koi, is that once the spirit is laid to rest, removing the item from the residence that they were bound to severs the connection. The connection can restore if you bring the item back to the location, but when they're separated and the spirit has been released, then it's kind of like this three-part, this like triangle breaks. Okay, what we got? Remodeling provokes activity. I think many families, many stories might have been one of the critical ones for Lizzie. No. Items being thrown around. Yep. was built some time ago. There are a lot of families. So we've got, it was built in 1902. It's been through several families. Remodeling provokes like more activity. It throws stuff around, but it cleans up again after. We need one more little bit of evidence to bring in with us. We'll bring up one of the Shadow Man things, since nothing should come of that. It is a poltergeist. We will need the smudge. Oh. Need the rosemary, which is rosemary is kind of an orange yellow. Yeah. That one. Smudge. Okay, we just gonna put down the camera. Okay, and I don't have to worry about losing things, so I can just drop them. Hey there, barbed wire. Welcome. Here, back into some Paranormal P.I. here. We're trying to ID the poltergeist.
I think I've got about...
I want the audio recorder because audio is its own event. Everything else, like temperature readings, EMF, all of that, photos are separate entities. But we don't have Shadow Man active, and the Shadow Man would appear and move either down the stairs into a basement room or walk this way. And if he encounters you directly, he just shrieks, "Help me." Otherwise, he just kind of is a visual jump scare.
That was a very unusual noise. I'll keep that as evidence.
Didn't see what, is it a door slam there? We have all the lights off to minimize, like, EMF noise here. So let's see. Back porch, front porch, master bathroom, and adjoining closet. A door in the basement. And the second floor are all new things. This is the exit that they were going to block off. This guy really does have a been there, done that kind of vibe to this whole operation. Where's the basement egress? Like, location-wise, it would be somewhere around here. This is the only exit point I can think of. It's here. Kitchen is like here. Doorway. Yeah, like this is... Maybe the porch is built over it. Like this back porch maybe is on top of where the doorway would be. The poltergeist be? Does it matter? Supposed to be auditory when it happens, cold spot before it happens, and EMF after it happens. Our rosemary there. I'm gonna go grab our temperature sensor. See what we can find out. Every additional reading we can get will get us closer to identifying this thing.
Looks like just a cold spot. Nothing paranormal.
It does drain battery to have things running. You eventually have to go out and swap out batteries. It'd be added fun if you left the doors open, it changed the temperature in the area. Very little activity from the poltergeist like this. Okay. If what if we have to add think of who it could be here, because we don't have any other identity. There was the indication that it might just be a strange phenomenon and not like an actual ghostly entity, but so far the mechanic is that there is an object for each of them. Okay. Kitchen items. Remodeling. Add the temper. And we're going to add the families. So we're still trying to figure out exactly which things it wants us to look for. Recording, EMF, EMF. Yeah. Everything has a relic. So this is audio and anything else. The ghosts and similar were audio and pictures. But this in particular is anything else. And pictures can work, but you have to catch the object.
I think I've got about half of the Wednesday.
We're looking. We're looking.
These temperature fluctuations appear to be normal.
Extra little details like the making it so different materials had different rates of change in temperature naturally. Warmer outside. Base temperature is lower in the basement. That little doodad that I've laid on the table there is, or counter, is supposed to be. It's supposed to light up and start making noise if it detects an EMF variation. We're getting there. We're getting there. We've already got 2 of them knocked out. Got 1 the original session. Nope.
Looks like just a cold spot. Nothing paranormal.
One of the things they've got is their squeaky floorboards. Every now and then when you're walking, there will be that particularly loud footstep. All right.
I'll have to get back in touch with the property owners to reschedule.
So I'm going to try all of the Shadow Man stuff and the Poltergeist. Well, it's warmer outside. That is true. The HVAC does run periodically. Okay. We're going to try Poltergeist. Disembodied voice. And I mean, they've got a nice house. Clearly, they can suffer a bit of extra electrical bill for the month.
Got about half of Yeah, all of his paranormal investigation work is pro bono. He actually has an agreement with all of the surrounding like utility companies to go in and turn on all of the lights and leave the doors open.
run the water for as long as possible. You get near the TV, and the EMF goes up. Poltergeist, I need you to work with me. It would seem not. It seems we can't run the water, too. Exactly. Xbox Ghost confirmed. Isn't the poltergeist active anymore? We've got all the clues relevant to that. All right, we're going to remove that item. Poltergeist got bored, left. Hovering EMF. Weird. There's pretty much no activity from that poltergeist. Are they implying that some of the ghosts can be multiple types? That doesn't line up.
What was that? I'm glad I captured it with a recorder.
Okay. Basement seems to be one of the possible triggers for it. There's spooky crows, Koi. You can't really tell, but they're the kind of crows that wear a lot of black eyeliner. They wait till the middle of the night to come out and party.
Ooh, that is eerie audio evidence.
It sounded like HVAC to me, sir.
Looks like just a cold spot. Nothing paranormal.
Kind of crows that are hanging outside your window, knocking on it like, hey, hey, are you trying to sleep? Hey. So we want audio evidence. That is a specific category for the poltergeist. But we also need non-audio evidence of the poltergeist. So temperature readings, EMF, all that goodness. They do not. Well, only in the Vegas sense. I mean, it's distinctly possible, but it seems like it's just the flashlight glare. Yeah, this is a game that I would hope can expand. It's important that you vary your topics of conversation, Rob. I mean, one, how could I ever have nonsensical and vaguely disturbing short clips to share with everybody if we don't? I mean, we're getting a little evidence, but it's not leading us anywhere. Hello, refrigerator. Yeah, I mean, especially given that they have kids here. They have at least 2 children.
Wow, that's great audio evidence.
Ambulatory stuffies of any kind are always a good are good value in a spooky setting. I mean, if the crows could see ghosts, then yeah, you'd have like you'd have your special ghost detecting crow with its special ghost detecting little vest that you'd have to pay extra for to have on scene. Very important, very expensive, those vests. Uh, not getting a little. We're not getting much value for time with this set location at the moment. So we're gonna mix it up. We're gonna try a different one. We got a whole bunch of different ones we can try. We've been systematically unlocking new places as we've cleared this one. I wonder how many other things that show up on like the merch shelves and the like. See, nothing in the mirror. You can get that, like the Shadow Man did some of that, Koi. He'd be like around the corner suddenly, like walking past, that kind of stuff. All right, how about Polk Street? I moved my family into our new house 6 months ago. Since then, they claim to have experienced strange things they cannot explain. Seems like they are growing in the belief that that our home is haunted. I personally have never experienced anything that makes me believe in ghosts, but my wife and kids have a laundry list of things they feel are paranormal. My wife says she has heard sounds of crying in the living room, someone talking to themselves in the laundry area, footsteps throughout the house. She also claims to have seen a person's shadow creeping along the hallway. Um, the residual, like the intelligent lingering ghost, looked like a person with like transparency towards the end of their extremities kind of stuff. He was very much an I can look at you type. I don't know if there are other appearances for each of the ghost types. Angus Child's bedroom is adjacent to the bathroom. Recently, he's woken up several times in the middle of the night saying that a boy is in his room scaring him. He's also mentioned that he's seen an elderly man lingering in the kitchen. Personally, I don't believe this is being caused by spirits. When something falls off the shelf in my garage or I feel a sudden change in temperature, I chalk things up to more rational explanations. Regardless, I would like to resolve this issue for my family. I know it would mean a lot to them. Okay, we got a lot of stuff in there. How about Polk Street? Let's see. So we have a bunch of documents that we can find for Polk Street. It's classic spooky get up there for a ghost, barbed wire. I mean, you can be a ghostly image of a person or similar, but it's hard to beat an animated shadow, you know? It's classic, it's effective. Anytime you're like as a child you wake up and you look around the room or the place you're sleeping in and previously, you know, friendly or comforting objects suddenly take on a more sinister vibe because of shadows. Imagine if it's not the weird light casting them into contrast, but instead there's the equivalent of some sort of jerk ghost making shadow puppets on the wall to freak you out. There are all kinds of oddities, Rob, in mythology surrounding like ghosts and similar creatures. One of the classics is vampire folklore. Modern fiction has vampires being these very powerful supernatural entities. Usually they're super strong and fast and immortal and all of that goodness. But if you would believe the folklore about them, they are one of the most easily defeated entities in as far as undead go. It's like, oh well, to kill them you decapitate them, not like a regular person. They're also vulnerable to various types of substances and scents. Your garlics and similar. Uh, some of them have to stop and count objects like spilled grains. Some of them can't cross running water. Some of them have to sleep on the soil of their homeland where they died. Uh, all in all, vampires not terribly threatening as long as you have like some pocket sand on you, you know? That is true, Koi. Instead of just doing the shadow thing, the ghosts just start moving them around the room. Like every time you wake up, all of your toys are still looking at you and a little closer. Ghost waits till your breathing slows down, you're clearly asleep. They pick up all the ghosts and the toys and move them 1 foot closer to you. All right, let's see. There's a divorce agreement. Charles and Lynn Allen. Allen are like two owners ago. The Discworld novels, which I love alluding to, as one of the three witches stories, you have a family of progressive vampires arrives. And by progressive, I mean like insidiously so. Think of the father from Cheaper by the Dozen, if people have still been forced to read that. Um, where he like rigorously trains his family psychologically to do things like, this is a cross, it is a religious symbol, it is nothing special, that kind of thing. So they're immune to a lot of the things that would be dangerous to them. So they can eat garlic. The sunlight isn't a problem. It's like you just have pale skin. You just bring out a parasol kind of stuff. Um, and eventually, once once the witch is turning some of their psychology against them, one of the things that happens is they're running down a hallway, and suddenly one of them stops and starts freaking out, calling out that every time the bricks join with 4 points, is that you see, like, he's seeing crosses there. It's, Father, you trained us on all of these different religious symbols, and everywhere I look, I'm seeing those. I'm seeing variations of them because they're just symbols. They could be anything. Yeah, Rob, it's the UV lamp thing is one of those that either you go for the idea that vampires can be fought, and that's usually where UV lamps come in. Uh, and that's like their weaknesses exist. They can be defeated by humans. Alternately, you go for they are true supernatural creatures, where you need to use ritual and similar. Like there's symbolism involved in them. Uh, it's a tricky balance as far as like writing goes, because if you're playing them up as like a ruling cast, and like a UV lamp can blow them apart. Think of those crazy advertisements for daylight flashlights, like bonkers powerful flashlights. You aim one of those suckers at where you think the vampire is, and if they get anywhere near an aperture into that building, there's a good chance they're getting hit by it and having limbs blown off. Um, but yeah, it's those crossovers between uh it's oftentimes the weaknesses in the mythology gets cherry picked, you know? It's all the stuff that makes them cool and sexy and powerful stays, but all the stuff that makes them really vulnerable and emphasizes that they are, like, the original mythology often centered around the idea that they were parasites or like effectively a vengeful spirit. Right. Changes create gateways. So 2 people ago, residents of this house divorced. They've been separated since April. Okay, they were married for about 6 years. be an interesting concept. Is the holiness in holy water something that is materially transferable? You know, like if putting holy water on something makes it holier, wouldn't, in theory, ingesting the holy water make you holier? Would there be a Is it like a video game buff? Like it puts a timer on you, and as long as that time has not passed, you've got holiness? Is it a like it passes out of your system? Is it kind of like, minerals or something? Like is holiness fat soluble? These are the questions, folks. You got to know these things. Like, could you eat like a small amount of silver on a regular basis and have enough silver content in your body that you would be immune to werewolves? Helsing was a fun series. Some differences. Chelsea. Or like communion wafers. Like, if you took a bowl of communion wafers and, let's maximize our sacrilege here, folks. You take a bowl of communion wafers, you pour holy water on it, uh, and you eat that stuff like it's frosted flakes. Would that be sufficient, concentrated holiness in your body for a while? I know the silver thing, barbed wire. Silver is because it is considered, um, yeah, there we go. Now, it's not a there's all kinds of nuances based on the particular faith and folklore as to which things are holy, how they become holy, what that even does. Um, it's frankly why games like this and like stories like this should would have a whole lot of flexibility and variability to them. Things like learning which folklore a particular spirit is from. Like, what kind of fairy are you dealing with? Like, which mythology fairy are you dealing with? Kind of stuff. Okay, so let's see. Kitchen, shadow person, and footsteps. Okay, let's bring our standard kit here. Is that Polk Street? Polk Street. Okay, we're going to a new location now.
The Lorentz have a bit of contrast within their family about their home being haunted. It's interesting that Max is not convinced, yet the rest of his family is concerned. He also didn't provide any information stating he debunked their concerns. Sometimes skeptics just want to dispute everything. I'm sure I'll be able to find enough evidence to support their claims and put their minds at ease. That was a very unusual noise. I'll keep that as evidence.
Well, I didn't hear what that noise was, but I got a horror tone for it. But folks, that's where the tricks with fiction come in with a lot of these mythologies is what is the justification for it? A lot of like the like holy water and whatnot is the our rituals purify, and these are these are bad things, and our rituals will make bad things go away.
That was a very unusual noise. I'll keep that as evidence.
Sometimes it's meant to be intrinsic to the creature. Blurry photo. What would it be? Anybody ever play the Dying Light games? Specifically the first one. But the second one also counts for it. The way they made zombies work in that one. We got poltergeist activity in this area. I mean, classic vampire like origin, at least as far as the popular media Western vampires and the like, originate from an idea of the aristocracy, the very rich being these creatures or being able to be these creatures. Whole new battery of jump scares to find in this place. That one can be variable, Koi. The whole running water thing is another wiggly one. Like, can they cross a bridge? Is it that they can't swim? Marriage certificate. 13th day of August, 1994. The following persons were by me united in marriage at the Fellowship of the Congregational Church, in accordance with the license of the clerk of the court of the jurisdiction shown above. Okay. Charles Allen remarried. Interesting. A lot easier to find the data when you don't have to, like, carefully walk along the basement looking for a slip of newspaper stuck in the dirt. It's all a misconception because the first recorded vampire was just a terrible swimmer. Very creaky floors in this one. Bit of an EMF sweep here. Okay, appliances. No, extra fun thought for all of this, like, material, like Bane by material kind of methodologies. In the universe of the fiction that the creature exists in, is homeopathy real? Because I feel like that would be of prime concern to anything like a werewolf or vampire. I feel like that circles back around barbed wire to the decapitation thing. Is like, in general, that's a very highly effective execution method for most creatures. So maybe that's just what they did to vampires, and people started to think, since that's what happened, that needed to happen. But it turns out regular stabbing just works just as well. It didn't have to be an oak stake. That just happened to be the predominant wood that the furniture that the guy fell on was made out of. Yeah, that siding is really in disrepair. They thought Just a dog next door or something? There were a lot of variations of that kind of thing, barbed wire. You had caskets that had a spike in the lid. You shut the casket, spikes them through the chest, nail it shut. They're definitely dead. You would have caskets that had a little bell cord in them, so that if the person wasn't actually dead, they could ring the bell. Because you would be in circumstances where that was not certain, medical technology of the time. Things like what you're mentioning, if they try to get up, it kills them. Oh, a parody novel, Sense and Sensibility and Zombies. The caskets that they made to prevent people from reanimating, you got 2 caskets. It was like a package deal. One for your body and one for your severed head. And it's those kind of practices that can tell you a lot about how a society is, like what kind of knowledge they have, and what their prime concern is with the scenario. Like, are they most concerned that the person stays dead? Are they most concerned that the person is actually dead? Are they most concerned that if we put them in the ground, we want them to be dead? Like, it doesn't matter if they actually were undead or that they weren't dead at the time. They just want it to be a final decision. If we decide to have the funeral and bury them, they had better be dead, or we will have wasted all this time and money. Orkoi, would you get 2 Wolverines now? One with an adamantium skull and one with a regular skull. Like, is Wolverine like a starfish? Oh, wow. I'll bet if we cross-reference this with the divorce records and the like, that we will see the dip in some of these correlate with some of the changes. Ah. Well, we're finding new evidence that we can use to maybe home in on particular ghosties. Man, look at that. So twofold. This is old equipment, but additionally, if you look around, there are little spots these are little hidey holes for people. So they've got their old stereo equipment all here. There's also a... What? False cold spot, I guess. We also have like this little nook right here. It can be fun with the comic book lore to determine if, like, what period in the lore and what interpretation is it? Like, what was it? Like, is this particular spin on them that they're immortal? Is it that they are, do they regenerate infinitely? Is there a limit?
Nothing paranormal
Those kind of
about these
things, you know?
temperature readings.
What was it? There are some interpretations of Iceman that makes it so that he can manipulate essentially thermodynamics. There was a cold spot here.
Incredible, a photo of an entity?
Hey, friend. I think that's the kid. Explains the cold spot.
I'll keep that as audio evidence.
Okay, we have breathy and kind of whispery voices going on.
I'll keep that as audio evidence.
Well, we're getting some traction.
What was that? I'm glad I captured it with a recorder.
Okay, I think that might be the old man then. With this many of them in such a confined place. He left his Xbox on. It's messing with the EMF. Yeah. As strange as the logic of Thanos is in the Marvel movies, um, it's weirder in the comics. Though simultaneously weirder and, in a sad way, somewhat more believable for the character. You know, he wasn't just a really a you know, a genocidal maniac that's really bad at thinking his plan through. He's just a really thirsty purple dude. There is a lot of movement in here. I mean, that's, to my understanding, Koi, that's kind of canonically true. Yeah, right there. We had an EMF, like a high EMF pulse, in a cold spot. Let's see if it stays long enough to read it.
These temperature fluctuations appear to be normal.
Dang. Missed him. Oh, I think we already got sufficient picture evidence of the shadow person. Oh, that's right. That's right.
I'll keep that as audio evidence. Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
I forgot about the EVPs.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me? Is this your home? Is this your home? Is there anything you'd like to tell me? Is there anything you'd like to tell me?
Them answering the "is there anyone here" question is never a good answer. There's nothing that they can answer that isn't unsettling to the person asking the question in some fashion. Mechanically, it's good if they ask it all, if they answer at all. If they answer any of the questions, it narrows down a type of ghost.
Do you like the current family living here? Do you like the current family living here? Do you know why I'm here?
Because I don't know anymore. Apparently the ghost doesn't either. So, like, shadow people and residual ghosts don't answer questions.
Why are you here?
A lingering, intelligent ghost will.
Why are you here?
Okay, nothing out of that one. Supposed to be cold spots and objects moving in the garage. I don't know if we managed to fit that in our listing. Is there anything you'd like to tell me? You seem like a nice person, but I'm already in a relationship. It's not you, it's me.
That was a very unusual noise. I'll keep that as evidence.
All right, that's a third one. That's not Shadow Boy. That's not Old Man.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me? Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me? Do you like the current family living here? Do you like the current family living here?
Another disconcerting possibility. The, the ghost haunting your house is just trying to set you up with a friend.
Is there anything you'd like to tell me? Is there anything you'd like to tell me?
Let's take what we've got back and look at some of the additional evidence that we found. Oh, we got more merch. I mean, we don't technically have more merch. We're just putting out more merch. This merch looks the same as this merch. I feel like it's not that we're putting out more and that it's selling really well. It's just that the warehouse is too expensive to keep all the stuff in anymore. So we're just packing it in the lobby. I mean, alternately, Rob, a real like neat freak poltergeist could be very dangerous because while it will clean up after you, it's not above like chucking that mug that you left out to leave a ring on the coffee table at your head and then cleaning up the mug. Oh no, they got extra large. Large and extra large. All right. An obituary. Ellen Wagner, age 58 of Polk Street, died peacefully in her sleep at home on Friday, November 13th. Was born in New Eidolon in February 1906, daughter of Hazel and Patrick Bergman. slacking off around house and starting to make a mess, and you return home to just find a single sandal in the middle of the table, placed ominously by itself. When you know the poltergeist is serious and has an intent. Recently retired nurse, devout Christian, and an active parishioner. Okay, she died. She left behind her husband and 2 children. This is the Wagners, and 3 grandchildren. David Allen, age 31, died on August 2015, unexpected while spending time with friends. Son of Charles Allen. A true artist since early childhood, enjoyed sculpting and painting. So an avid reader. Yeah, so Charles Allen is the father that remarried. My last ancestor was a lawyer. Why aren't you aiming higher? You should be a doctor. That one shivering moment where you're like cornered in the spooky house, like you don't know what's there, but you think something's there. You're in a dark room with only that single match or candle holding back the darkness, and you ask, is anyone there after you hear a sound? And then, right leaning in close to your ear, you just hear no, and the candle gets blown out. Okay, so David was a avid artist and reader. We can see that reading was solid. Art was solid. Yep. Most of the other stuff, a lot of the other stuff by June had fallen off. Is there an incident we can see in June that is an instigator? Unclear. Oh, mental health center for whom? Severe depression. This is Deborah Allen. Let's see. It's Charles and Lynn. Deborah Allen. Okay, this is the second wife. Checked in for depression. Substance abuse, essentially anxiety. Looks like January 15th, 1980. Sometime before they were married. Hey there, Nebo. Welcome, welcome. We're doing good. Doing some paranormal PI work. Let's see, 95. Loud, angry screaming from the house next door and loud bangs shortly thereafter. All right, implications of child abuse from Deborah. So we have the thinnest on the ground of the mental health things. Let's see, that's 19, that 95. Yeah, probably when she's 15 here. Every time you try to drink something, you hear the ghostly voice of somebody shouting, "Chug, chug." Okay, so flow-wise, let's see here. The Allens moved in 1987. 5 years after, Charles leaves Lynn. They divorce. I don't see any indication past that. Then 2 years after that, Charles marries Deborah. Then 1 year after that, we have the police report regarding the implication being Deborah hurting David, the child, the 10-year-old. You know, there's a lot of there are plenty of horror stories that go the route of ghosts from a long time ago, but there would be plenty of new ghosts in some areas. You know, you have the disco era guy in full regalia and behavior patterns who died of an OD in the bathroom of the house and has just never managed to mentally recover from that in their soul. So there's just some strange guy with like a syringe sticking out of him and his pants down, shuffling around the house in a daze. Your house was originally the site of a comedy club that burned down, and it is now haunted by the spirit of an improv comedy team. The property goes for a great deal of discount. Oh man, think of the gamer bro ghosts. All right, we have a wedding photo of the Wagners. The Wagners being the family that was there before the Allens. Okay, so one of them is the old man. Let's check that email again. I thought it would get me views on the internet. Let's see, crying in the living room. Man in the kitchen. Go crying, talking to themselves. And we're going to go to our archives. We're going to go with the obituary for the Wagners. Got all the documents for Polk Street now. And shelf in the garage. Or even more morbidly and hitting close to home for the time period, they said it would cure any disease.
The Lorentz have a bit of contrast within their family. It's interesting that Max is not convinced, yet the rest of his family is concerned. He also didn't provide any info. I'm sure.
Oh, I mean, especially in the internet video era that we have reached, let alone just hitting Facebook, Instagram kind of era. Um, the sheer number of I did something stupid for views deaths. Ass with the camera. We also have to keep our eye out for objects we can pick up when we try particular combinations. Because if you can find the object with that combination, that is a critical combination. It might not be 100% the combination, but you need to know which items reveal the objects. What's worse than a haunted house, Koi? Ugh. Chiropractic horror stories are some of the worst. And I don't mean like horror stories as in it is a horror story set in a chiropractor's office. I just mean the horror stories of what chiropractors have done to people that is part of the practice for some of them. So this is kind of noteworthy. This is where the kid was doing his studying. So we have, like, this is like the little reading nook kind of thing. I get the impression this was like where David went. Like this was his spot down here. Lots of books, lots of signs for music. I would agree on that front. There's no walls to put your back to down there. Like the way it's laid out, there are no walls to put your back to. Could they have laid it out differently to accomplish that? Yes, but they chose not to. More sweep with the camera, then we're going to switch up. So we have lingering in the kitchen, I thought, and crying in the bathroom.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
I mean, to some extent, Koya, I
Is
would
there anyone
consider.
here who would like to speak with me?
I would almost view like the House of a Hoarder as haunted already in a way.
Do you like the current family living here?
Like,
Do you like the current family living
there's a different sense around that kind of place. We got a whole lot of nothing right now. So we have all the data points. Now it's down to combinations of them to reveal stuff. So there are a lot of good horror movies that are horror movies in concept, but not in a high fiction sense. Like there needn't be a monster kind of stuff. Cameras are misbehaving like crazy tonight.
Looks like just a cold spot. Nothing paranormal.
Okay, if you look, you can see the reflection of the device. But I noted this last time. The reflection that we're seeing is my point of view reflected back at me. So if you look in the reflection is showing the little LCD screen. As opposed to the front of the temperature reader. So the reflection is just the light spot on the left and the object that I'm holding mirrored forward, like placed forward. Squeaky floors. I feel like that's the selling pitch for a urban fantasy novel there, Coy. Count Stevenson, Paranormal P.I. Are definitely misbehaving tonight. We are getting nothing. It's like when we were trying to get the poltergeist earlier. I don't know if you guys could hear it, but I thought I heard like an old style clock, the tick of an old clock.
I'll keep that as audio evidence.
I think I had something for a shadow person around. Shadow people are primal jump scarers. Right, EMF pass. Here's a fun one. Let me get close to it. Watch. EMF on, EMF off. Electrical outlets will also set off the EMF.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me? Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me? Can you tell me your name?
That was an articulate leave that we got there.
Can you tell me your name? Is there anything you'd like to tell me? Is there anything you'd like to tell me? Is this your home? Is this your home? That's extraordinary audio evidence.
All right, thanks for joining us, Barbed Wire. Have a good night. All right, let's switch up tools a little bit here. We're gonna put away the cold spot reader here. As well. Topped up there. Yeah. I was saying it's if you look at the hot bar down there, that is, I think it's called diegetic UI, but there's a type of user interface methodology where as much of the user interface as possible is presented as if it exists inside the world. So, in one fashion, if you look at the battery meter on the camera, that's both a realistic part of the camera. Like, it makes sense that that battery meter is there, but I don't have a separate battery meter anywhere on the screen. It's just I look at the camera and I can see what its battery level is. One example of that is in the Dead Space games, the health bar on your sort of like spinal mount thing. So to the point that the hot bar in this is like a webbed belt. It has a bunch of slots to like attach things to. And it is simultaneously very cheesy and very believable. Like, ghost hunters are absolutely the kind of people that would have a tactical belt of their tools. Like a really good concealed carry holster for their temperature sensor. Okay, so we're definitely getting... Yeah, not a backpack. That would be silly. Think of how unprofessional you'd look lugging around a backpack. A backpack. The most useful transporting tool that you could choose. Like, I can get when it's...
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
The only one that seems to be present is a shadow person.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
And as long as she's the only one present, I'm not going to get anything out of EVP. Right there. Get out. I played Backpack Hero a couple of times. That one was actually a lot of fun. I especially liked the little robot one where you would set up like flow pathways through items. Yeah, I got to look back at our evidence again because we really got a lot of nothing out of that run. So there's something about the combination of evidence that we had that wasn't revealing those ghosts. So we'll have to see. Yeah. I don't mind the backpack inventory things when it feels plausible. sometimes that kind of game does that and the items don't make sense. Like Diablo is your classic example of that, and it will be things like this one tiny gemstone that would fit on the tip of your finger. That's one slot. Cool. This entire suit of plate mail armor, 6 slots. Okay, I think we have some inconsistency, game. Like, how big is the special small gemstone carrying case that we are using for every one of these? How much padding do these need? Okay, so let's get the shadow person in there. Boy in the room. Walking through the house. Let's say crying in the living room. Then we are going to go... the police report. Wait a minute. Are we going to get a demon out of this one? The police report and the divorce. Even when it's in the bag, the idea of making use of what kind, like leveraging what kind of things they are, kind of stuff. A classic way to address it is if you're using it, it's like carrying capacity instead of weight. So it's not just, is it super duper heavy? It's also, is it big and bulky? Alternately, if it's going to be Tetris, then what you do is you make a bunch of slots of different sizes, you know, like I can put a lot of these coins in this spot right here because it's full of tiny coin slots, you know? Not that you would do that, but... Okay, so... the implication I get from this one is this is 1980. So she's about 15 years old. So she has a history. There's a divorce. And then we have a divorce and we have a police report later. So there is a change. I'm sorry. There's the separation, and then there is a, like, she joins, and now, like, just a year later, there is another incident. So I wonder if we're facing a demon scenario with this one, because one of the aspects of that one was there are cold spots all around, there are moving EMF signals, all kinds of stuff like that. Let's see. In November, David is where card was found. Yeah, it's considering methodologies like that. It's, if you're going to have a Tetris system, then it needs to have a compelling mechanic to it, and that it feels substantial. Games like Diablo and Path of Exile run afoul of that because they are simultaneously trying to pander to the folks that like the idea of, like, oh, I'm going to maximize how much loot I carry back, but simultaneously they're giving you so much loot that your carrying capacity has a minimal impact after a while. It's even if I fit it entirely full, there's, thousands of more items on the ground. What good is the time I'm spending Tetrising them? I've already got to go back and forth to town because of the amount. I'm going to put the report card there. Actually, let's pull his report card. He dies in 2015. So that's 20 years after the initial incident. Bag of holding is generally how you say, don't worry about inventory. Yeah, okay. 17th of November, 1992. If we look at this report card, which I suspect if we could look closer, we would see better, but everything that he wasn't good at decays. So we have things that remain stable, but by June, everything has fallen off. And the personal growth and development hits unsatisfactory almost immediately after November. So this is a clear indication that David was suffering when that arrived. So let's just take this evidence in as opposed to anything in particular they've noted, like symptoms they've noted. We still need a picture of this one. This is a shadow person. We don't have much by way of recording. So I'm guessing this is Deborah. This is probably Mr. Wagner. If I had to guess, this is David Allen, the kid. Hard to say.
The Lorentz have a bit of contrast.
It can be disorienting moving around while looking through the camera because it's just a little offset, So like I'm looking through the screen and I get like a compacted view. The camera is definitely off to the right as well. So there's that little bit of blind spot to the left that the camera doesn't show me.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me? Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me? Is there anything you'd like to tell me? Is there anything you'd like to tell me? How many people are here other than me? How many people are here other than me?
We might not be able to get anything because I didn't bring any incident. I mean, a lot of this stuff could be handled with some degree of automation. Video cameras, and then, I mean, hate to reference it, but you use some, you just do an AI crawl over the images, not looking to create anything. What you're looking for is spot the difference kind of stuff. And that doesn't require even anything sophisticated. Find the those things, and then steadily, with human review, train an AI on it to be able to go through and say, look, this is significant. Same with temperature variations, audio, all of that stuff. So you just have automatic cameras and sensors all over the place, which you add to your bill. Everybody wins. You get rid of the ghosties, or just the thought of ghosties, and you get a whole bunch of money and new toys. Okay, I think we have to have incidents tied to it as well.
I'll have to get
Like,
back
we
in
have
touch
to...
with the property owners to reschedule.
To your point, Rob, we've got some information on a couple of the ghosties in Polk Street, but we're having trouble getting any of them in particular to show themselves. We know that they're like, it's apparent they're there. It's figuring out how to narrow them down. Okay. So footsteps in the house, shadow creeping around. Then we go back to the archive. And let's put everything related to Deborah here. New marriage, the police report, and her history. I think Deborah's our shadow. So we've already got a picture of her, if that's the case. So we're just going to bring this kit. All right, casemate. Y'all finalized and moved in? I mean, luckily you missed the
Lorentz have a bit of
sound check
contrast
that
with
we had earlier in stream. All right, Shadow Ghost, where are you at? Well, I mean, she showed herself. This is a start. This is a start. Yeah. The shadow person that appears in here, once we see it, they'll kind of crouch down. Okay. Yep, it's Deborah that's saying get out. Yeah, that cold spot rolled this way and vanished. One of those concepts, Rob, that I have only encountered through meme-ish music videos. It says, we need other recordings of Deborah. We need something other than photos.
Wow, that's great audio evidence.
Which I didn't hear at all, but hey, we got some. I mean, that's great. That means I need to throw all of the doors open. Because if doing that makes her... Well, hey. Oh, it's creepy when you do that. See, Rob, when you had said it, I had presumed you meant just the shoes as well. But that makes sense, you know, sportswear in general. Yeah, she's roving around. I wonder if this is going to be our first demon.
Nothing paranormal about these temperature readings.
She...
That was a very unusual noise. I'll keep that as evidence.
I mean, I'm getting a little bit of audio every time she does that. I took everything, Coy, that is focused on Deborah. So, the divorce, her marriage into the family, the police report that mentions her, the shadow that's visible, the footsteps around the house, all of that.
I'm glad I captured it with a recorder.
I have no idea what it was either, sir. No EMF at all. I mean, she's a shadow. That's a certainty. That means EVP or whatever recordings won't, like, you can't talk to her through recordings.
What was that? I'm glad I captured it with a recorder.
She's making a lot of passive noise as she moves around. That's why I tend to just like click the recorder on and off, like on again every time it turns off. So that we can capture any passives. I wonder if the crying in the bathroom is her too. We've also got
Wow,
Miss
that's
Wagner.
great audio evidence.
There was the old man. Wish we could see him though. Getting no luck with the EMF pod. Let's do a camera sweep. Always feels like the clock is ticking from in here. Do-do, do-do.
That's
Yeah, she laughs.
extraordinary audio evidence. Wow, that's great audio evidence.
Screw it. Change the scenario around a bit. Oh, fluorescence, not flickering. Sorry. Fluorescents that are flickering, not flickering light. One of these is absolutely expected, the other isn't. Learn you to buy a haunted house. Run that electrical bill right through the roof.
While this is a high EMF level, it seems to be normal, although they may want to call an electrician to ensure everything is wired correctly.
That's a good one. Ah, okay. I got near the fuse box. Good touch. Well, I don't think you're haunted, but you might want to consider calling an electrician so that your house doesn't burn down. I'm not saying there's not ghosts. I just feel like maybe you should strive not to add to them.
These temp readings are unusual.
Okay, we managed to get a cold spot there. It's a weird muttering.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me? Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me? Can you tell me your name? Can you tell me your name? Do you like the current family living here?
There we go.
Do you like the current family living here?
So I get the impression that the old man, what I presume is the old man, is a lingering ghost or a residual ghost, since they don't answer either. Cold spot.
Nothing paranormal about these temperature readings.
Hey there, Sakura. No. Still searching, Deb. Where's the clock? Chunky radio alarm clock there. How you doing, Sakura? Doing decent, doing decent. Throat is a little raw from Saturday. We had our marathon scene investigators day. Living room. Oh. Yeah, perhaps the clock. I always keep my eye out for a clock with a good tick. I suspect that's the one that will periodically make the tick-tock sound.
That's extraordinary audio evidence.
Ah. Looking up at me. Hey, how you doing? I do wish we could open up like a field guide for the different ghost types to verify some of the information without having to go back. Yeah, with some of them, the noise isn't necessary. It's a common misstep. There are a lot of things that you can do that are
That's
fundamentally
extraordinary
startling
audio evidence.
that don't require a horror movie stinger. Like you had mentioned earlier, all it takes is something like looking around the corner at you.
What was that? I'm glad I captured it with a recorder.
Couldn't that actually be the crying in the bathroom one?
Wow, that's great audio evidence.
There's an old man lingering around the house. There's somebody crying in the bathroom. Footsteps are out. Shadow in the hallways. Let's... Love to get some EMF. I put it too close to the toaster. Hey. So that was an incident. That was one. So this is there are a couple of devices that you use like this. This is a call out that says there is an event here. Come look at it. Anything that hits red is something that you should scan.
What was that? I'm glad I captured it with a recorder. Ooh, that is eerie audio evidence.
All right, so let's go regroup. We're gonna play back some of the audio we've managed to record as well. Stockpile enough monies to finish out the banishment tools. That light turned off by itself, and I flicked it back on. Like, I actually heard the light switch from the hallway, like something had turned it off. Which is not uncommon. Opening and closing doors is pretty common. I feel like this display pattern is gratuitous for the space they have. Like, they're being inefficient with their display system. All right, let's see here. There's something there. Can't tell. Grieving shadow. Get out. I hate you. All right. Hopefully I will remember to turn the volume back down. Don't stay mad. That was a love you. Those are pills. All right, this is the one that I thought was like, don't stay mad. Yeah, it's the... There's almost a kind of a... Almost kind of a lyrical bent to it. Like, there's a bit of a rhythm to the stay mad portion. Kind of a da-da-da. Turning it down again. I am raising the sound 20 decibels so that we're able to hear that, by the way. That is why I am raising and lowering it. Why you can hear, like, the air conditioning in the game's office so loudly. And then it goes away, because I don't want to deafen us again like I did with the the shadow in the first house. Well, that's just a crazy laugh. Don't say that would be another good way to put that one. Okay. I think the shadow is also the crying in the bathroom one. Little Boy Blue. Well, that's disconcerting.
We were happier before. We were happier before.
We were happier before. We were happier before.
We were happier before. We were happier before.
I don't know that one.
We were happier before.
Ah. Okay, okay, that lines up with the sun then. Okay. Okay, so grieving, crying in the living room, talking to themselves in the laundry, shadow creeping, footsteps. Then going to Deborah's history and the police report. Don't think there's anything that's really benefiting us from that one right now. Check our slime network. We're at 131. Yeah, the light pen is supposed to be fiddly if you're going to get any results out of it. We're very close for the grieving woman.
The Lorentz have a bit of contrast.
You can hear footsteps independently. You just shuffle it a little bit again. Yeah.
I really need to get some sleep.
We're going to make one more pass here. I feel like I left out critical evidence. Okay, so this is the grieving shadow. We need audio evidence of it. They're crying in the living room, someone talking to themselves. Oh, in the laundry area. We'll leave that. So, divorce, marriage, depression, police report.
The Lorenz.
It's a good touch that if you've got all the exterior doors closed, the exterior noise doesn't get in much. Is the laundry area. Here we go.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
I wonder if I incidentally got call-outs from that little boy Blue.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me? How rare to take a photo of a ghost.
Oh. She's still there. This one has a propensity to be like right up your nose, you know? That one doesn't count. I've got an alternate idea that I may have overlapped some of the information. So I think the talking in the laundry area and the divorce are more relevant to the boy. So I can remove those two items from the list. We may ultimately need to combine them, similar to how we had to load up on information about Lizzie to banish her father. Living room, hallway, shadow person. Eval the police report when she joined. We're really close to revealing her. It would be great if we could get anything other of the boy and a picture of the old man, who is almost certainly Mr. Wagner.
The Lorentz have. I'm sure I'll be able to find enough evidence.
Camera, recorder, temperature, EMF. So footsteps in the hallway should give us mobile Deborah. I presume it's Deborah. In theory, it could be the ex-wife.
Wow, that's great audio evidence.
Some sort of disc? Compact, maybe? So this is one of the tricky aspects, is you need to figure out what it is about that object or about that person. You need to have the combination that reveals that object, not just knowing that the object should be somewhere and searching for it. Like, you need to have all of the clues that would reveal that object. I've got the EMF out because it's supposed to reveal, help reveal the objects. That's going to be relevant to the boy. Nope. I'd had that recording, that probably would have been for the boy. Boy likes music. Quick sweep, turn the lights on, then loop back around. Something kind of egg-shaped. Like, it looks kind of like a medicine compact to me. Looked like. But that doesn't mean we can find it yet. This has been a profitable cycle. Like I said, we don't know yet what is the reveal condition for her item. Quick loop. I feel like it's going to be some combination of him and her to get her thing to reveal. Or vice versa. Little EMF bursts now and again. Lots of software crashes today. All right. Still making ground. Still have time. Okay. Now that helps us isolate some of the stuff. But additionally, I'm seeing that some of them do not appear when it's just their stuff. Like just their symptoms, and they don't appear. There's like a overlap that has to happen. In his room. talking to themselves in the laundry room. His obituary. The police report. The divorce. Throw that in there. Expedite the cycle.
The Lorentz have
Don't know if it counted. Like, does it not count because it missed the window, which was narrow, or does it not count because it's not a thing?
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me? Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
What kind of scenario we're going to have here?
Nothing paranormal about these EMF readings.
Yeah, the fuse box is enough of a signal for it to go red. Sports gear. That's the same brand that made the weights that you can find in the first house. Oh no. Paint, miscellaneous stuff. Okay, I feel like there's a combination between David and Deborah that you have to get any result there.
Perhaps I should try and get some evidence before I wrap up.
All right, let's see if we can isolate down to the old man. We look. We have 3 apparent entities right now. We have this is, I believe, Mr. Wagner. I think this is David Allen, and this is Deborah Allen. I think. Man lingering in the kitchen. We're going to say stuff in the garage and changes in temperature. Okay. Residual ghosts are cold spots in electromagnetic fields moments before they appear. We've gotten 0 EVP, so it's probably not an intelligent lingering ghost. Shadow people can be anything. Okay, so was a happy family. Helen dies. Wait, Deborah Allen. And I can't really. That's 1994. Okay, that's 1995 is the service date. Okay, so it is this and this. These two are linked to, I think. So he dies 2015. He is 10 when this incident happens. Yeah, that's about right. So I think these 3 link together between the boy and some of these events. Let's put that one in there so that we have a... So we want to get at least one picture of the old man.
The Laurent, it's interesting.
So we'll see if we can get anything here. Stuff flying off the shelf in the garage, and cold spots were things that the guy, the father said he ignored. But that's also possible that the guy is just saying, like, yeah, if I encountered that kind of thing, I would ignore it. Not that he actually acknowledged any of it, you know? So I might have to use the report card in combination with some of, like, the talking in the laundry area to get David to appear. Part of why I want to... The next target for the monies is... I want to get the salt out of the way so we have all of the basic tools for banishment. But the next major tool would be the auto camera. So I could do something like plonk it right here and potentially get a photo of whatever is lingering in the kitchen. There's a timer after you press it when that'll go off. Now, if only we could get new information. All right. Keep saying one more, but we've got time for about one more.
Maybe I should give it a little effort before wrapping up.
Enough out of you, sir. I do wish you could expedite this part. This is the slowest part of the game. The ending screen that tallies up your points is slower than the loading screens. All right, all right. Crying in the living room, talking to themselves in the laundry area. Boy in the room. Then we go the obituary, the police report, and her mental state. I want something new to round out the night with.
The Lorentz have a bit.
Okay, it doesn't count. It's just spooky. Just spooky.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me? Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me? Why are you here?
Didn't include the report card.
Why are you here?
The
I'll have to
report
get
card
back in
says
touch with the
David is
coffee
where we
owners
found
to
it.
reschedule.
See, it looks like you should be able to click this. Yeah, it highlights, but you can't. Okay. For David, it's where the card was found. And I think another critical piece to getting David to appear is going to be talking to themselves in the laundry area. Then a boy in the room. Then we also have the police report. No, not her concerns. His obituary and the divorce. Okay. Can we get anything new? This is actually our last try. Where is these? Wonder if that's not Deborah, though.
The Lorentz.
Wonder if it's the first wife, you know?
That's extraordinary audio evidence. Wow, that's great audio evidence.
Right here. That's hers. Okay. Okay, I think we can get rid of her. Her item is even more morbid than I had anticipated. Okay. Shadow was blue. Looks right.
I'd like to acknowledge Deborah Allen's presence.
Welcome back, Hoy.
I know you feel much guilt because you couldn't manage your illness. It negatively affected those around you who you cared for the most. I feel sad to know about your story, but it is time to let these memories go and move on.
All right. All right. Feels good. We got one.
I should make sure this relic is on me when I leave.
We're gonna take the W on that one. There's probably more we could use that pattern for. But I think the key elements were David's death, the divorce, the abuse, and her mental state. Some combination thereof, but you know. Check the Polk Street. Got the wedding photo and the certificate. Deborah's plate of razor blades. David's grades. And let's check our slime monies. Yeah. I feel like that will be the next target after, but that's it for tonight. Ah. Good times, good times. Yeah, it can be a bit of a dry game now and again, but the jump scares can be nice. They're not all fantastic ones. Some of them rely heavily on the horror movie stinger, sometimes inappropriately used. But they also do have the good mechanics of words having things like happen and startle you. You know, it keeps you on edge, and that's keeping that balance. Is you want to kind of build the atmosphere with them. So even if you're not startled, it creates that feeling of there are things moving around you kind of stuff. Good. I do like piecing the story together. It's nothing compared to the murder wall madness that is Scene Investigators, but it's also a little more palatable. I am planning something for the remainder of the week. I'm not 100% on it yet, aside from we will still be doing the collab with Okami Sky on Friday for more Monster Hunter. But there will be something. Today was wrapping up last week. But within the next day or so, there will be something more. So, stay tuned. With all that said, if you liked what you saw and you'd like to see more, remember to like and subscribe or follow or what have you below. It will help the algorithm feed you such things in the future. If you'd like to participate more with the community, there are links in the link tree that I have in my profile and video descriptions. Yeah, it lacks the multiplayer system going. One I'm really looking forward to and probably going to try to wrangle some people into. We played a camera surveillance game called Death Watch a little bit ago. Check my prior VODs. Seamless plug. And they are working on a sequel to that game called Death Watchers, which sounds like it has a lot of the mechanics of Death Watch, which is it's a little bit of Five Night, a little bit of observation duty. But Death Watchers, the gimmick is you still have camera surveillance, but your team has to go out and set up all of the equipment. Set up the floodlights, set up the cameras. And then to check for anomalies, to verify stuff, people have to go out and do it. So that's a concept that I'm interested in seeing. Will I have a team that would be willing to play it? Not certain. But I think as a concept, as an extension of these genres, of these like hunt the monster genres, I like the idea of there being prep. Like setting it up, having it be about the investigation and not about optimizing XP gain as the core loop, But in any event, once again, I want to thank you all for coming out to watch tonight. Thank you for chatting with me. And I hope the rest of your night is good as well. I'm going to go find some lozenges.